Damn it. Seed is dead. Ping pong. Ping pong. Give me my yump. Head up, dummy. Wait, there's a thing in here. Dog tank. No, dude. Oh boy. I am out of there. No, damn it. No, I'm slow now. Never tell me the odds, only the evens. Even if that even is Steven. What's up, real work? Look, get in. Get in there. That's a mighty amount of squids. Hell yeah, we're beating a game twice tonight. Mighty amount of squids is forever. Oat. dude, come on. So far, both of my random levels have been water levels. Not convinced that that's good. Especially since I'm a raccoon and not a frog. And there's this jerk. Yeah, water levels in almost every game are just the bane of people's existence. Well, that's gone forever. I missed that star, too. See you nerds later. Oh. There we go. Yeah, there's a good amount of sky up there. Oh man, come on. At least it's Big World. But we're counteracting Big World with Bertha. Which is one of the few things in this randomizer that can actually kill me. Royoku? And above the dollar sign. Razmic cocktail. The fuck is a Razmic? King me. Okay. Take ham on 5. Fold the mayo. Don't ever give Boom Boom a chance. Now to figure out where the hell on this map I actually am. Oh dear. I'm about to lose track of this shit so fast. Or not. Okay, that's not that confusing. It's aggravating. That means this has to lead somewhere, though. Over here now. The palette is having some issues. Is it this one? No, it's one of these. It's that one. Okay, now I'm less worried about going over this way. This is gonna take me to that fucking mushroom house, isn't it? No, that's actually the one I needed. That's the mushroom house pipe. It's still, in my opinion, a really good way to get used to all of the different levels in Mario 3. Wait. Okay, so I need the one above the mushroom house there. Oh, big fish. Go away. There were only ever, like, a handful of the actual stages in Mario 3 that I wasn't very good at. What I always needed help with was some of the later fortresses. And with the randomizer, with the setup that I've got, you still have to go through all of the fortresses but you definitely don't have to do all of the levels. No, dude, fucking hell. Drifted a bit too much. Yeah, my P-Wing level was one of the World 8 ones. I mean, it's like 8-3? It's either 8-2 or 8-3. I was just never able to do that one without a P-Wing. Actually, I don't think I need to do that fortress. I'll just run right the hell past that. Oh, it's the shoe level. There's just no shoe. That is the only downside of the randomizer, especially with the flags that I have, is you can't actually use the shoe. Which I wish there was a flag that just let you be shoe Mario. I mean, they let you be Fraud Mario for the whole thing. They even change up some platforming and flying segments to accommodate for the fact that you're a frog. Oh, you can do that with this randomizer. You can be permanent Hammer Brothers. I've done that a couple times. I'm not used to the arc that Mario throws the hammer at. I'm definitely more used to the Fire Flower. I just like Raccoon Mario because you can set his palette to be flashing like this. Whereas, like, with Tanuki Mario, he's just always brown. And I think they might have changed it so that you can't actually turn into the statue. Like, you can still hit down and B and you'll, like, turn into a puff of smoke. But I don't think you actually turn into the statue. Well, I see Firebat doing stuff in the chat. Well, in IRC, I should say. Tanuki suit! Do I have a link to this randomizer? I do not. Should be on the game randomizer site, though. How the fuck do I spell NES? There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is just the SMB3 randomizer and not the route randomizer. It's spelled NES. Oh my god, thank you. Never would have known. Oh, these fools let me fly in here. Oh, there's a ceiling. Yeah, this is the level that they change up because of Frog Mario. They put that platform and that pipe there. The big thing that I really like about the flag setup that I've got is you never know how many of the actual levels you're gonna have to play through. You can skip through some worlds and only have to play like one or two of the actual levels. You have to go through some fortresses to get past some locked doors, but that's about it. And then, of course, setting Mario's permanent status means that you just largely take no damage. Well, shit like this can still happen, though. That sucks. Because I'm probably gonna have, probably gonna have to play some of these levels now. Name of this song is Flavor Cats? It's weird. Yo, what's up, Firebat? Morton. No, Morton. That's right, get out of here. Stand above the dollar sign. Do you want to build a snowman? Doesn't have to be a snowman. Alright, where the hell am I going? Oh. Boat. Let's get some lives. Yeah, now you've got to do the fortresses, at least one of the fortresses in this world, to build the bridge over to the castle. To the level where I get to use the auto fire jump. Do my dance. You just kind of sit on Boom Boom and there you go. Okay, so I have to do the other one now. Oh, this fucking fortress. I can't do this fortress the fast way because I'm not confident enough. Would take ice physics over water, but I'm still not happy about it. Dude, same. They're both better than the lights out gimmick, though. The lights out gimmick is probably my least favorite in video games. He's dead quick. DKC is fun until you start getting to those levels. Yup. The water levels in DKC are usually okay because most of the time they give you and guard the swordfish. Yeah, Aquatic Ambience from DKC is one of the really, really good tracks. Speaking of games with good music, that Mother 2. Oh, this fucking dungeon. That last jump onto the donuts is one of my least favorite. I haven't run into the one dungeon yet, or the one fortress that has the, where you have to go through the doors in a certain order. One up! One up! One up! I don't think I'm going to be getting to World 8. Hype? Hype, come back. Because I still have to do World 3. light berry. Delicious. Oh, we skipping. We skipping. Boy is stuck in the floor. He's also dead. You might wonder why I didn't use my wand to stop the Koopas. Well, goodbye. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get through this world plus World 8. Oh, he was going in for the kill there. Oh no. No, 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 no. I'm in trouble. Big Bertha is so angry. Beat my #1 score on Retro Endurance again. Nice, dude. Like I was telling Ponk earlier, the big thing I've been doing this past week is I've been stress testing my laptop with a lot of the games that I've installed on the new SSD. And I've been playing a lot of the Skyrim total conversion mod called Enderall. Because I hadn't really played too much of that before, and now I've actually played enough of it to where they tell me what the plot of the game is, which is nice. have to save another fantasy kingdom from the fucking end times. And pretty much every big game that I've tried out on the laptop does actually work. There were some visual bugs in Dead Space, but it still runs just fine. Who essentially tested the game more than the developer at this point. Suck it, old Insane Firebat's previous score. Always good when you can do better at a video game than the dev. I think I've only ever done that once. This is interesting. I have to actually use the hammer? Oh, I need a pipe. That's why the rock was there. I see. Still got more than double my hours on the Steam version. Nice. They're the only one that can play without Steam. I need that pipe down there. Oh, Wendy, get back here. Notice when I was trying to beat all their arcade scores that some of them were very low effort. I played this game once. Wait, where did the airship land? Don't you worry about that, King Mario. Yep. Need to back out. Need to get some manner of Super Metroid loaded up. Also need to consult with some kind of hat. Like this one. Who do we want? Oh, baby. Yes, please. Second opinion? It's kind of funny, because I was thinking about playing as Mario, since I was just playing that rando. Mario is topical? Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh, so the other thing that happened this past week is my old broken down office chair finally broke the rest of the way. And I almost died. The armrest on the right side that was one of the things that was holding the back and the seat together, because they're bolted in on both sides. Now I'm just sitting watching YouTube one night, and I felt something pop in the chair. So I looked down, and sure enough, there's this big split in the plastic armrest. And I decided, well, let's just keep sitting in this until it actually breaks all the way. And when it actually broke all the way, I almost went ass over tea kettle. Like, I caught myself on the corner of my bed. But if I would have gone with it, the back of my head would have smacked right into this plastic laundry hamper that I have at the foot of my bed. And that would not have been fun. So at like 1 in the morning, late one night last week, I'm getting all bundled up and I'm carrying this fucking busted ass office chair out to the trash cans. Before it actually like snapped all the way, when I was sitting in the chair, I was almost completely horizontal. Which is probably not the best. But I have a more solid office chair for the moment. I only have one more after this, so gotta hope this one lasts a little while. Anyways, I will be right back. All right, I am back. The hell's my remote? That you can't eat horizontal Sir Lewis X. Huh. All right. I am ready to be ready. Luck good, have fun. Thank you, Firebet. Same to you. All right, thumb on the A button. Three, two, one. Oh boy, it's a race. And we're already giving this game the middle finger. Fuck. $39.77. A really nice office chair for work in the office. When I left, I convinced the boss to buy it from me. Paid full price, so I wasn't sad to see it go. Very nice. Oh, I still have the dumb ship. Yes. Love the OST for Curse of Monkey Island. Still need to play the Telltale Monkey Island games. I've got them on my SD card for my Wii. I just need to play them. Just noticed this Phaser Crab and Funtoon had the same RNG on the Good Luck Have Fun. Nice. Bots and collusion. It's pretty easy for me to say that Curse of Monkey Island is my favorite of the series. The original Secret of Monkey Island is really good, and that's definitely my second favorite. But the second game and fourth game in the series, nah, I'm good. Really, the big reason why I played through the second one was because I had Ponk doing kind of a co-op playthrough with me. And then we get StarCraft 1 Terran music. Fuck yes. The music is probably why I like the Terrans the best. They're the ones that have the best music. Then I haven't actually played all the way through the fourth Monkey Island game. It's the one that was on the PS2. Pretty sure there's a PC version of it by now, but I also would rather just watch someone play that one. I've already watched a playthrough of the Telltale Monkey Island games. It's just been a really long time, so I only remember like bits and pieces of each one. And there's like 5 or 6 of those. But it's like Sam and Max Save the World, where it's a full-sized adventure game, but they've just cut it down into shorter episodes. Really, the only downside of the Monkey Island games is just that they're long. StarCraft music while I'm playing SM. Oh yeah. Like, I would definitely play more of the Monkey Island games if they weren't, like, fucking 3 hours long. Like, by the time I'm done playing Monkey Island, I could have played my 3 other favorite point-and-click adventure games. Throw in a fun run of NES Maniac Mansion as well. I feel like I'm not building enough SCVs. I need more supply depots. Jacked up and good to go. I haven't built any. Oh shit, nuclear launch detected. Rushing all in with SCVs. Pretty sure that's an actual strat against the computer. Go in and micro those SCVs around until you win. Best fighting unit of the first 2 minutes. That's right. I accidentally hit Y. Fucking fat thumbed it. Everyone's favorite walleye. Accidentally fired missiles instead of supers. Get out of the soup, dummy. But yeah, I'm gotta say I'm pretty satisfied with my purchase of that new SSD. Got like close to 50 games on there, and I still have well over a terabyte left. About to just start installing shit on there that I don't even really want to play, just to have it on there. But yeah, I don't think that there's going to be much that's going to be more graphically intensive than like Fallout 4, Enderall, Rage. I guess the Surge is a pretty big game, but if I ever actually dive into that game, it'll be if I have a good rest of my experience with Hellpoint, because again, I'm not the biggest fan of Souls-like games, primarily because I'm bad. But who knows? From the couple of hours I've spent with Hellpoint, I've had fun with it, so maybe the Surge will be kind of the same deal. I have a feeling, if I'm remembering my time with the demo correctly, then it's a lot more focused on like blocking and parrying than what I'm familiar with Hellpoint. I'd rather just dodge and counterattack as opposed to blocking and parrying. But then, like, really the only game that I don't have on the new SSD that I would kind of like on there is Skyrim, but that's because of my mods. I don't feel like re-downloading all of that stuff from the Nexus. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, a lot of those mods are in like the Steam folder that's on my laptop's hard drive. But I'm pretty sure I've got stuff in the Steam folder on my other SSD that's not in the laptop's folder. And I don't really feel like digging through all of that crap just to see what is and is not the same. Not even like I have a whole host of mods in the load order anymore. It's just I don't feel like messing around with it. And I'd rather dedicate that space to other stuff from my library. So I can get a lot of shit installed in that same amount of space that Skyrim would be taking up. And it's always nice to go through the library and be like, oh yeah, I have this game. Oh yeah, I have this game. Steam might let me transfer. You see, the thing is, if I have both of the SSDs plugged in at once, for whatever odd reason, one of them just, like the older of the two, just like gets locked up, or it just works like extremely slowly. Maybe that's just something that happened once. But I was getting concerned that I was just going to have to unplug it while it was still operating. Thankfully, by the time I woke up the next morning, it had done what it needed to do, and I was able to shut my computer off. I think what it might have been doing is it might have been going through all of the file paths and changing the letter of the drive. I think. It's the only thing I could think of that it would have been doing that would have taken it so damn long. Got him. Well, then it was Windows that was getting hung up. Because that's apparently what happened. Whether or not that was what was causing it to get hung up the one time I had them both plugged in. Because when I turned the computer on the next day, the older of the two hard drives was the D drive. But then when I plugged it in the next day, it was the E drive. And my new SSD is now the D drive. And since I am a caveman, I just put that particular 2 and that other particular 2 together and got 22. So but they both work fine now. Again, I'm kind of iffy about having them both plugged in at once just because I don't have a whole lot of free USB ports on this laptop. And I have a lot of shit actively plugged in because I have like a four port hub. But I sometimes have connection issues with the other hard drive when I have it plugged into the hub. I could probably move the dongle for my keyboard and mouse to the hub. But I also want to have one free USB port anyways because of my headset. That's the ceiling. And then I've got other things plugged into that hub as well. I have done a little bit more shopping around for gaming PCs, and I'm still gonna have to spend like a little over $1,000, and that is just not in the budget for right now. Maybe if I get like a really nice tax return and like some birthday money. But even then, that's not going to be enough. That might get me like halfway there. Because I'm like intentionally not looking at the highest end. I am more or less shopping by price. I'm seeing what the specs are as I go. Because a lot of those letters and numbers don't really mean a whole lot to me. I understand what some of them mean. But the one that I definitely understand more than any of them is the price. It's another one of those worst times to buy, yeah. And again, I still have a graphics card that has like largely been unused. Because the computer wasn't working for too terribly long before it crapped out finally, after I had the new graphics card installed. But I'm also not really feeling putting the computer together myself anymore. I mean, that's why I got the laptop to begin with. As I said, fuck playing around with all of this dumb shit. Just give me something that's pre-built. I don't want to mess around too much. And what I would really like is if and when I get a new actual PC, for me to just be able to take this other graphics card that I have and just slot it in and have it as like a secondary graphics card. Be building again in a few weeks for your sister. Very nice. Bonk. Yeah, if my brother was still in town, then I would have had him help me out when the computer crapped out the first time. But then, as I'm sure is well remembered, there's that whole issue with trying to get older versions of Windows to work and needing drivers, all of that shit. And I just got really fed up with that whole process. Was the fact that this laptop was just about as expensive as the graphics card by itself? Speaking of which, my brother's flying in on Friday night again, gonna miss races. Alright. Is that gonna be like next week? Because I mean, I'll probably still be doing a stream, but I probably just won't bother starting up a race. Probably just do a couple of runs after I get done gaming with Honk. Well, either way, I'm sure you'll let me know. Hell yeah. One of the Kirby games that I have played the least of. think besides a lot of the new/newer Kirby games, the one big one that I haven't played pretty much at all was Kirby's Pinball, which I should probably do that, because I kind of like pinball games. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that pinball video games are just not really comparable to playing on an actual pinball table. I mean, I can't think of anybody else that has that weird-ass pinball game on PS2. The fuck is that even called? Like Puzznick or something like that? It's one of the more obscure PS2 games that I've got, and I've got a fair number of obscure PS2 games. Space Cadet Pinball in my Steam Deck, very nice. I actually just looked the other night. I've got Space Cadet Pinball on my other soft modded Wii, because apparently it's on the Homebrew channel. Apparently people are like still updating and still posting things to the old Wii homebrew services. Just got a Steam Deck earlier this week, very nice. Playing around with setting it up mostly. Ooh. I like this song. California Lemonade. Oh, get on the elevator, dummy. I want to add this song to my favorites list. Now this is making me think, I don't think I actually have any pool or billiards video games. I think the only pool video game that I have is as a mini game in one of the Monkey Ball games. It's either Monkey Ball 1 or 2. And it has Monkey Pool. I think it's 1. games, mostly because I have stronger memories of playing Monkey Ball 1 than Monkey Ball 2. Because I don't think I have Lunar Pool on the NES, and that's like the only other one that I think I might have, but I'm pretty sure I don't. One of the small handful of NES games that I don't have a physical copy of. No, there's a big number of NES games that I don't have a physical copy of. Huh. Wonder why Space Jump decided to stop working there. Yeah, Space Cadet Pinball is always a good time. You're dead. Pick me up. Come on. No, you dummy. Reminder that I have a dumb ship. There's Firebat taking first with a 48-46. GG. Oh yeah, so going back to games on Steam that I forgot I owned. I forgot that I owned Roulette Simulator. Remember, I only streamed that like a couple times. Pretty sure it was during intermissions. But I might have to break that one out one of these days. Let chat gamble away all of my fake money. I like gambling, yep. I don't know what I'm betting on, but I'm in. Wonder if I have a copy of like Vegas Stakes on my SD card here. And then I wonder if that game has roulette. Okay. Oops, that was too early. Oh. The baby. Apparently it's International Hot and Spicy Food Day. Windows search bar has a picture of chili peppers. $55.26. So we getting a 57 here. $57.38. GG. Hell yeah. And that is one dead cameraman. Save the saves! Kill the frames! Your force! See you next mission. Alright. We're gonna pause Rainwave. Boop. Just close out of it for right now. Because I think I want to do a little bit more stress testing for some of the games that I've got installed. But that means gotta open them up. Drop the pop. That's Discord. I don't need that. Oh, here we go. Let's open up the library. Oh, let's see here. What do I feel like testing out? Where is it? There it is. This might be kind of loud. I'm not sure. My audio settings are weird tonight, and I don't know why. Well, it's opening, so that's good. Go ahead and minimize this. It's not showing up in my windows for game capture. Here it is. Probably going to have to reopen the game and make the game capture visible. That might help. Also, where is this? I think it's there. We'll see if it actually shows up. It does not look like it's showing up. Do I need to do this as a window capture? I have a window capture sitting right here. I'm not seeing it as window capture, so I'm going to have to do it as a game capture. If at all. Do I need to do... I don't know what I need to do. Yeah, this is just not showing up. Maybe get rid of that game capture, then make a new one? Maybe do capture any full screen application? Is that going to do it? I'm not seeing it. Can I just not capture this game? That's going to suck. Capture foreground window with hotkey. No? Specific window? Do I maybe need to run this in windowed mode? That's not the right thing. Oh, there it is. I can see it now. Okay. I'm not getting any of that really goofy looking lighting error that I was getting when I was testing this off stream. So that's good to know.
That doesn't look good. She's taken a lot of damage.
The tram system's offline. Getting around is gonna be difficult. The air seems to be flowing again. That's a start.
What the hell was that?
Automatic quarantine must have tripped when the filtration system restarted. Everybody relax.
What was that? Did you hear that?
Not sure.
What the hell? I don't know. Something's in the room with us.
Yep, stop relaxing.
Come on. Come on. Got it!
Isaac, get the hell out of there!
The doors are locked! Run!
Oh god.
Run, Isaac! Get the hell out of there!
Yeah, where's my plasma cutter? Do I get it here? Yes.
Use the list of enemies for extra damage.
How do I do the thing? That's how I do the thing. First time I played this game, I had no idea you could do this.
To knock back an enemy for a quicker escape.
Okay, am I not standing close enough to the door to fucking open it? There we go. Neat. Oh, no, wait. There it is. You can kind of see it on the back of Isaac's head. The lighting is a little screwy. Yeah, he's got like this goofy like texture all over him. There you can really see it. And weird looking like banding on the back of his head. Okay, that's just a leg caught in a door. Still hear it flopping around back there.
Collect and use health packs to replenish your health bar.
Isaac! Isaac! God, I can't believe you made it.
Isaac, we ran into more of them on the way over here. Are you okay?
More what? What the hell are those things? Is that the crew?
Keep your voice down. Whatever they are, they're not friendly, and half the doors on this ship are locked because of the quarantine. Now, we have to get to the bridge. But first, we gotta repair the tram system.
You're crazy, Hammond. You're gonna get us all killed.
If you listen to me, I will get you out of here alive. Now, what's wrong with the tram?
It's broken.
The data board is fried, but there should be a spare in the maintenance bay. There's also a broken tram blocking the tunnel that needs to be repaired. Damn it! Everything is on the other side of this quarantine. We can't reach it from here.
No, we can't. But you can. Isaac, if I can get to the bridge, I should be able to access the personnel files. You fix the tram, and I'll help you find Nicole.
Use the map screen to check objectives and important locations.
Yeah, all things considered, like the game runs fine. And even on like the highest graphics settings. Yeah, because I'm on high graphic quality. If I turn the graphics down, then like the lighting and shadow goofiness becomes much more apparent. But like, this is one of the reasons why I was getting so frustrated when I was trying to play Oblivion. Because like, I can play this game on high graphics settings, and it looks fine. But if I try to play Oblivion on anything higher than medium, my fucking screen goes black.
Isaac, be careful. Shooting them in the body didn't seem to work. Go for the limbs. Dismember them. That should do the job.
Conserve ammo by dismembering enemy limbs and doing extra damage.
Thank you. It's probably going to move on to something else in just a second here. I don't particularly want to get too invested right now. But it's good to know that I can't capture this in full screen mode. It has to be in windowed in order to capture it. That might be something moving forward. Okay, what else do I have? What else is big? Rage seemed to run pretty well. I didn't actually get into Dishonored because I don't feel like sitting through that opening cutscene unless I'm actually going to be playing the game. Borderlands 2, Star Wars Battlefront 2, the 2005 one, not the bad one. What about... I mean, I guess if I'm going to be stress testing, I probably should open up the Surge. Or Rage. Yeah, let's open up Rage. Running install script. Like, I haven't already done that. Oops. Alright, now can I capture this as it is, or do I need to go into windowed for this? Well, the fact that it's not showing up in my source list is one thing. Do. Can get caught up on chat here. Yo, what's up, War Drinker? What card am I running? It's a great question. I have no idea. It's whatever came with this fucking $400 Acer laptop. Which that means it's probably not a good one. Okay, this one actually captures in full screen. That's good to know. I have this in kind of low detail. Oh shit, I've got to sit through this whole fucking opening cutscene again. What if I don't want to?
Apophis impact in T-100.
Ooh, fucking bad.
Roger, Atlas Control, this is 1134. Check for green.
You have to sit your ass down while this game exposits at you.
1134, all systems green. Arc launch protocol initiated. Cryogenic preparation commencing. Initiate nanotrite injection.
Check. Cryogenic life support systems online.
Subterranean launch injectors ready. 97% nominal.
All arcs secure. Initiate burial sequence.
1134. Check. Targets confirmed. Diagnostic audits complete. And ARC personnel entering stasis. This is 1134. Signing off.
Understood, 1134. Go for burial. This is Atlas Control, signing off. May we live to see another day.
Boom.
External disturbance detected. Cryogenic chambers compromised. Chamber Omega 5 online. Initiating emergency nanotrite activation. 3, 2, 1. Nanotrite sequencer online.
How dare you?
Release cryogenic chamber seals. Internal arc temperature nominal.
But that went from very loud to very quiet very quickly. There we go. Look up. Look down. Yes. Please don't turn off you computer.
Augmentation systems fully deployed. Nanotrace active. Current position unknown. Remote location beacon offline. Running full diagnostic tests. Arc external pressure seals fully released. Safe egress is now confirmed. Outer door lock disengaged. Initiate pre-recorded media playback.
This is President Davis. You, the Ark Volunteers, are mankind's last hope. Our survival. Our very existence.
Yeah, I don't need to listen to that. Apparently it wants me to read it really fucking bad. Can't move. Help? Can't move? Can't pause? Can't jump? Controller? Oh. Oh, yeah. Then you turn back around really quick and the high-res textures have to pop back in.
Hey, you! Over here! It ain't safe here. Get in.
I want to get on. Why do I have to get in?
I know you got questions, but we gotta get moving.
Doom guy?
Got bandits all over these hills. We best get going. I'm Dan Hager, and you are one lucky son of a bitch. You know, Ark survivors are worth a lot of money to whoever hands them over to the Authority. Wait, you don't even know the Authority yet. Well, I guess you don't know anything about any of this. Welcome to the future.
Welcome to the future. Yeah, I definitely need to reinstall Portal 2.
Hold on. Got bandits. Damn shame you're still wearing that Ark suit. It's a dead giveaway.
Hi.
Pretty much their world out here. Probably looking for their buddies. Damn. Now we both got a problem. We need to get to my place. Once they see what I've done, they'll be coming for blood. And for you. I've got a plan that might get us both out of this mess. Here we are. Home sweet home.
Again, not gonna, like, actually play too deep into this. Mostly just seeing how it runs while I've got the stream going.
We need to talk. Get out of the buggy.
Because I know, like, Fallout 4 had some issues while I was streaming. But this, aside from, like, some textures popping in and out when I turn around too quickly, I mean, it's looking like it's running just fine. And I can capture it while it's in full screen, so that's good to know. Do I have a load game option? I do. Yeah, 'cause I actually have a save file that's like a couple minutes ahead of where I am right there. And it doesn't look like my computer blew up, so that's always good. Yeah, dude, Portal 2 co-op was so much fun. It has been years since I did the main story of it, but it wasn't that long ago that Ponk and I did some user maps. But yeah, Fallout 4 is definitely the biggest thing that I've got on here. And I'm not really planning on streaming Fallout 4 anymore. I've already done a number of full playthroughs of it on stream, and I have to have the graphics set all the way down to low, but then I have to bump the shadows up to medium to get them to look halfway decent. And then, like, once I get into the cities and all, like, the different light sources and shadows and different objects that are getting loaded in, the performance just absolutely tanks when I've got the stream running. It's still playable when I don't have the stream running, so that's always good. Let's see, is there anything else I want to stress test? Again, if it's running Rage as well as it was, everything else I have is nowhere near as big or as visually intense as Rage. That, and I don't exactly have a whole lot of time before the next race would be getting going. Don't have a race channel for it just yet, but that'll happen in just a little bit, I'm sure. Hmm. think almost everything else here would have like a relatively big startup cutscene. I still have to mess around with the settings in Astroneer. So I think I'm going to have to absolutely tank the graphics in that to get it to run smoothly. Like, even on my old PC, Astroneer didn't like to run. Um, where is this? Not that I think it's going to be a good stress test, but it has been a hot fucking second since I've played it. I'm kind of curious about what I need to do in order to get it to capture. First, I need it to show up in the list of windows here. Sure. Oh, there we go. Now I need to remember how to play this. Heard they finally optimized No Man's Sky. Oh boy. If nothing else, this is a relatively fast game. Could be good for stress testing. Out of my way. Ow! acting. Boy, riding on other people's slipstreams is really important in this. Alright, whatever. Should probably get other stuff up and running. Get that ready to go for next week. Swap back over to this. And there's a race channel. Let's get popped in over here. .coin. No, .join. And then let's get caught up with chat. Purposefully making games nowadays to grind the fuck out of processors. Yes. Yes, they are. Remember seeing a clip of Todd Howard doing an interview about Starfield. And saying, oh, no, it is optimized. You just might have to get a new computer in order to play it. And it's like, what the fuck? That's called not being optimized. Why the fuck should I have to buy a new computer just to play Daggerfall in space? Most streams would be picture slideshows. Oh yeah. Yeah, it got that bad with the last time I played Fallout 4. And the game that I was playing is called Space Ribbon. It is one of the more visually interesting racing games that I saw on Steam. Good news, they don't want you to buy a new computer anymore. Yeah, I just need to buy a separate hard drive just for that game. Between that and Oblivion Remastered, I'd be out of room already. Yeah, they want you to run some processing from their data centers. Give me an Explorer window. Okay. Do I just need to minimize everything? Minimize that too. Oh. Oh. Ah. Fontificator broke because I minimized it. There we go, it's fixed. Oh no, I do still have Specky. It's just not on my desktop. So let's see here. For graphics, let's see here. It's an Intel Iris Xe. It's an incorporated graphics card. The other string of letters and numbers up here is ELFW4017BF. Although, didn't have any dropped frames during any of those other games, so that's a good sign. It's the Rage is probably the biggest and most demanding game that I'd be willing to actually play on stream. The Surge is a little bit bigger, possibly a bit more demanding, but I only want to play that game when I'm serious about it. I might not even keep it installed. I might just bring it back whenever I get done with Hellpoint and I feel like playing another Souls game. Might just need to turn the rainwave volume down a little bit on my end. Either that or I may have to just drop it on their site a little bit. I don't know, the levels say that I'm still a little bit louder, but I can also drop rainwave down a little bit, and I can fucking speak up. That's also an option. But yeah, I wanted to bring up my hat to draw a name from it. Oh, the Samus outline. Samus outline, unfortunately, doesn't play well with palette swapping. It always shows up as bright green. Yeah, rainwave tends to reset to because it's rainwave has like 5 volume bars, and whenever I close the window and open it back up, it resets to 4 full bars, and I normally have it at 3. Okay, so the outline's not green, it's blue. It's whatever the visor color is set to. So it usually doesn't swap around too much and look too crazy. Yo, there's Telemorph. I thought Telemorph always ran with the Alice sprite. I didn't know that he made a concession for the Friday night races. But yeah, I hardly ever play with the same sprite, so use whatever you want, it's just cosmetic. The only thing that makes any difference is the custom ships. It's not like playing as the Among Us crewmate or as Kirby actually changes Samus's hitbox. It'd be kind of fucked if it did. Anyways, I will be right back. All right. See, what do I have here? Let's clear out some of these requests. Let's get some new ones in there. Oh, Tribute to Evil from Emperor Battle for Dune. We need to have that, like, down near the bottom. So that is like a fucking 6 or 7 minute long song. And as much as I like it, I'd like to get to other stuff in my request line. Okay. Luck good, fun have. Same to you, Firebat. Race will actually begin in 3, 2, 1. Hey-o! I still kind of want to get the sprite sheet for Samus with a visible hitbox, which is one of the options on the Varia site. And then just delete the Samus part and have just the hitbox. I think Samus with the hitbox is one of the more notable custom Samuses that I haven't done a race with. That and Samus in the maid outfit, because something about that particular sprite fucks up the game. And I am not having a good series at all tonight. 3908. Imagine someone finding an advantage to running this game with a fucked up hitbox. Luck good, fun have. Thank you, War Drinker. And this song is reminding me, I'm not sure which version of Binding of Isaac I have installed. I either have the original one or I have Rebirth installed. That is another game that I would love to get back into at some point. Whoop. I was definitely a bigger fan of Binding of Isaac than I was of Super Meat Boy. You know, like a roguelike pseudo Zelda clone versus precision platformer. Yeah. Take the pseudo Zelda clone every day of the week. I'm not really big on precision platformers. The most precise platforming I do anymore is that fucking Mario 3 randomizer. And that's not really too terribly precise. But yeah, once again, having a 2 terabyte SSD that's dedicated strictly to my Steam library is really nice. I'm definitely gonna get around to playing, if not streaming, a lot more of that stuff. Instead of having to play around with storage options. Cool! Can I actually get some drops? Hell yeah, Pac-Man World 2. Didn't they just make a remastered version of Pac-Man World 2? Seem to remember hearing something about that. That might be an interesting one to check out, because Pac-Man World 2 is definitely one of my favorite video games from the PS2 era. Like, during that time period, I was never really, like, that big into, like, the mascot platformers or collectathons. Because I had Pac-Man World 2. And it's like, well, I don't really need any of the other ones because I've got this one, and this one's really good. And it's Pac-Man. And as you go through the game, you can unlock various Pac-Man arcade games. So it's like, okay, well, it's all I really need. It's another one of those games from that era that was able to, like, give me a little bit of vertigo while I was playing it. Pac-Man World 2 and Mario Sunshine really did that to me more than just about any other game from that time period. And then years later I played Minecraft, and oh god. I mean, now that I think about it, I definitely have other games in my Steam library that are probably a bit more intensive than the ones that I played during intermission, but I don't have them installed right now. I'm primarily thinking about the other Dead Space games. Like, Dead Space 2 should be fine. It's Dead Space 3 that I'm not sure about. I'll definitely have to check that one in the future. But it's only like the remastered versions of some of these games that I think might be a bit too much. Like remastered Dead Space might be a bit much. Remastered Darksiders might be a bit much. Remastered Red Faction Guerrilla might be a bit much. But like none of those games by themselves, like the original versions, should make my computer sweat too hard. This goes back to what I was saying and thinking about Oblivion, where it's like I can get all of these other games from that era to run just fine. I don't know why Oblivion has to be such a pain in the ass. I need to get, I probably need to track down some mods. Some optimization mods for Oblivion. But then again, I'm also not, like, not exactly chomping at the bit to play that game again. Besides, if I just wait, like, a couple months, Sky Oblivion should be coming out. They said sometime in the first quarter of this year. So I'm really more looking forward to that than I would be trying to track down the right optimization mods. Yeah, but isn't Sky Oblivion gonna be like a standalone? Like a total conversion kind of thing, since it's in Skyrim's engine? Yeah, it should be sometime in the next, like, 2 or 3 months that they've got, like, at least the base version of it out. According to their YouTube video. Because I'm thinking it's gonna probably be just like what Enderall is. Just a total conversion mod that acts as like a standalone thing. And I can get Enderall running just fine on this laptop. Again, that's actually been the game that I've played the most since I've gotten it reinstalled over the past week. Yeah, we'll see. And then we get to just sit back and be patient for Skywind to come out one of these years. I'm more excited for that one, but that's just because I'm a bigger fan of Morrowind than I am of Oblivion. Not that I think that Morrowind needs Skyrim's engine, because OpenMW is just fine. I actually don't have any problem with the way that OpenMW looks or functions. And you know, on my old PC, when I actually played through Oblivion, didn't really have much of a problem with it. my big issue with it now, besides literally not being able to run it in anything past medium graphical quality, but that's because of my hardware, is the fact that, like, remapping the controls in that game is so fucking hard. I tried a handful of different things to remap the controls in that game, and it just would not let me get away with what I was trying. So, I am I am resigned to the fact that if I ever want to actually play Oblivion as its own thing, I'm gonna need to get a console version. And unfortunately, I don't have an Xbox 360, and I don't feel like getting one just for Oblivion. I do have a PS3. And honestly, if I wanted to get an Xbox 360, I'd have to track down a number of games for it. Really not a fan of buying even a used console for just like 1 or 2 games. And a bunch of the games I'd be looking for on Xbox 360 were not either good or popular. So they'd be hard to track down without just, you know, going online and tracking them down that way. I got really lucky with all of my other consoles that my local used game store actually used to have a really good selection, until I went in there and personally gutted their selection. Anything that even looked halfway interesting on PS2, I bought from that store. Nowadays, their selection of PS2 games is like, they've got a wall full of fucking sports games that I am not interested in. I have a EA Sports NBA game. I have a Madden game. You know, my preferred eras for both. I also forgot that I had EA Sports Rugby. And now that I've actually, like, now that I've been watching a handful of rugby games on the New Zealand All Blacks YouTube channel, I feel like I understand the game slightly more than I used to. So that might be interesting. PS3 was pretty nostalgic for me because it could play PS2 games. Some of them. There was definitely an issue back in the day of being able to find backwards compatible PS3s. But I don't know if that ever changed, because at the time, the only reason I knew about that was because people I knew and hung out with at the time all had PS3s. They could play PS1 games, but not PS2 games, and I thought that was weird. Like, if I could get a backwards compatible Xbox 360, that would save me a lot of trouble. Because my original Xbox crapped out a couple of years ago, which made me very sad. So that means I couldn't play Burnout 3 anymore. And Burnout 3 is a fucking fantastic video game. Probably my favorite racing game. I could probably even go so far as to say it's one of my favorite video games that has cars in it. And that takes a lot of other games into account. First Burnout for PC, the top-down? That might have been one of the camera options. I played the first Burnout on GameCube, and that had the camera behind the car. Yeah, it should just be one of the camera options. But Burnout 3 in particular had that mini game where you were just supposed to cause massive pileups. Just get into gigantic car crashes and cause as much property damage as you possibly could. Easily my favorite mode in that game. The racing is fine too. Didn't know the game just wants to friend play it? Okay. Yeah, Burnout is all about the crashing. It's always been one of my favorite things about it. It does not even play around. It's like, no, we know you just want to slam cars into each other. The only thing is, I don't think Burnout ever had, like, official licensing from any car manufacturer to include their vehicles. Maybe they did at some point, but it was always just, like, really kind of generic cars. Thankfully, I'm not a gearhead, so it doesn't really matter that much. Cool. Should be good. Oh, what the fuck? That X Factor came out so fucking late. I hit him with one. That's too early. That's too early. That's too early. That's too early. Got him with two, though. Should probably just take him down with missiles from here. More focused on getting my health back than doing strats. Unfortunately, next to none of these things are actually giving me usable amounts of health. yeah, like aside from the Burnout games, you know, there's a handful of racing games on Steam, like that one Space Ribbon that I was playing during intermission, and like one or two others that I kind of like. Not really too big into racing games. And the other ones that I have on Steam are mostly like you're taking control of like a tiny little toy car and you're racing around like a Hot Wheels kind of track in like the floor of some kid's bedroom. Boing. Stop playing car racing games when they stop looking fast. Yeah. Whatever. Oh, I hit that key, Hunter. Come on. Where'd he go? There he is. Hell yeah. SNES Aladdin. I know everybody liked the Genesis version because Aladdin had a sword. But I grew up with the SNES version, so that's the one I'll take. Another great example of Disney and Capcom making magic. Gran Turismo 2 looked fast because it was pixelated. I mean, I liked the 3D F-Zero games. I was never very good at F-Zero on the Super Nintendo. But like F-Zero X and GX, oh my god. Loved those games. I don't have my old copy of F-Zero X anymore. But I had set a time on that one real early track. It's like just the big oval. And I set a time that was so fast that during my attempts, I ended up just like flying off of the track several times. Just going way too goddamn fast and just ended up flying off. Top Gear 2000 was cool, looked fast. What was that one that I messed around with for a little while? I think it was Midnight Club 2. I only ever did just like the free roaming, like practice mode in that. But that was some good fun. Oh, fuck yeah, Uniracers. Uniracers was just, it was such a high quality game. The sprite work, the music, just pretty much everything about it was just so good. The sprite sheet for that game hurts my eyes, it's so big. It's one of the few Super Nintendo games I can think of that has a higher sprite count than Super Metroid. But to be fair, it is just all one unicycle, they're just different colors. But it's still a massive sprite sheet. I could usually figure out most of the racetracks in Uniracers. It was like the stunt and trick levels that I was never really that good at. Like, I could get past them eventually. But I really preferred the straight-up racing levels in that one. But then every other racing game that I enjoyed on the Super Nintendo was that classic Mario Kart Mode 7 style. I don't count Stunt Race FX. Stunt Race FX is a fucking racing slideshow. Frame rate in that game is so low. It's ridiculous. There was that one Flintstones game that was on the Super Nintendo that had some racing levels. And then there was the one Power Rangers racing game that was pretty good. I could never get behind stuff like Super Off-Road. I thought the perspective and controls for that one were a little off from what I wanted. And the only time I ever played like an actual licensed NASCAR game was when I was intentionally driving the wrong way down the track. And even though I spent a couple hours one night playing Dragster on the Atari, that is not a racing game. That is a fucking time trial game. And even then, it's all about shifting your gears and making sure you don't blow out your engine. And I think that game might have screwed up the analog stick of one of my other Xbox controllers that I used for PC. Because you had to, like, smack the stick back. What was the first Atari game I ever played? Because I never played an actual Atari 2600. So it would have been something on one of those, like, plug-and-play joysticks. So it probably would have been Adventure, come to think of it. It's either Adventure or Yar's Revenge. I'm gonna say Adventure. Primarily because I still play that game every once in a while. And I think the first time I played Yar's Revenge was on a Game Boy Advance cart. It was on an Atari collection. It was a loose cart of this Atari collection that I found in the trash can at the place I was working at the time. And I was like, why is there a loose Game Boy Advance cart in the trash? So I just fucking reached in there and took it. Never found anything quite that cool in the trash ever again. Most of the stuff I ended up finding was just like, you know, little toys. Like little action figures where, like, some parent left their kid alone in the toy aisle. And the kid just, like, is sitting there ripping open packages and playing with the toys just in the aisle. So whoever was in charge of that department at the time just saw this loose shit and threw it away. Or like some of those like little blind pull figurines. Like where you spend X amount of dollars to get a bag that has a little figurine in it and you just don't know what the figurine's gonna be. And that's apparently part of the draw. Is you might be disappointed. But there were a couple of little Minecraft figures that I got that way. Where someone just came through, ripped open a whole bunch of bags, found one that their kid wanted, and just bought that one. Left all the other ripped up bags and loose figures just sitting in the display on the shelf. The one that I got that I was like kind of excited to get was the little snow golem. So I think those guys are a great little mob from Minecraft. Which that's the next thing I'm gonna have to do. When I fucking feel like doing it. I'm actually gonna have to get a new version of Minecraft sometime. Because I had a Legacy account, but I never transferred it over to a Microsoft account because I don't have a Microsoft account. And at the time, I wasn't playing vanilla Minecraft anyways. I was playing a heavily modded version that opened in a separate launcher and everything. And then, like a couple years ago, that stopped working. So it's like, well, I guess I'm just not playing Minecraft anymore. The only reason I miss it is because of some of the old super hostile adventure maps that I used to play. I had a lot of fun with those maps, and of course, attempting to make my own adventure maps was a lot of fun. But that's most likely not going to happen for a very long time. Plus, finally being able to clear all that shit off of my old hard drive freed up so much fucking space. I had like a bunch of big mod packs and a bunch of big maps that had a lot of playtime on them. So they had a lot of extraneous bullshit going on. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm gonna have to play Fallout 2 one of these days to see where the fuck this song is in that game. What's more likely than that is I reinstall Fallout 1 and do the speedrun again. Because the speedrun for Fallout 1 that I knew how to do, I guess I should say, is like 10 minutes. It's a great low attention span speedrun. And it's one of the only times in that entire franchise that I've ever taken advantage of reverse pickpocketing. Mostly because it's part of the run. But even just a casual playthrough of it with some of the knowledge that I've gotten from the speedrun would be a lot of fun. Mostly the action canceling. You could just skip an enemy's turn in combat. And it's not even like hard trick to do. You have a really big window of time to do it. And it's not even a trick. It's like pressing A at the right time. I think the run that I eventually got in Fallout 1 was 9 minutes and something. It was less than 10. And that was kind of like an unofficial 24-hour challenge. It was just like, let me see how quickly I can learn this. For fuck's sake, Ridley. Are you dead? Thank you. But now especially, I've got 40 to 50 some odd games that I just recently reinstalled on Steam, and a lot of them I have yet to play even once, so my cup, it runneth over. And then, of course, my fucking 200 PS2 games that I have sitting in the other room. Yeah, the Steam library's actually stronger now than it was when I had my old PC. Because even then, I was struggling to find space. But again, having a dedicated 2 terabyte hard drive for it is really what I needed. I just wish that I had... Wish that I had some of my physical copies of PC games still around. We didn't have that many. But, like, I had a PC copy of Halo, had a PC copy of Tron 2.0. I might still have the ISOs for Deadliest Catch Alaskan Storm. Because that game was fun to mess around with. Especially since I was a big fan of the TV show back in those days. But still, trying to do crab fishing in a video game is a fucking challenge. Trying to find where these little fuckers are at is not as easy as you'd think. Hey, there's Tillamorph with a 47.53, taken first. GG. Easily one of my favorite levels in Super Smash Brothers. And there's Insane Firebat taking second with a 48.57. GG. That means that third place is all mine. We've just gotta not fuck it up. Kick ass with not fucking it up. Boy, that needs to be on a t-shirt, doesn't it? Okay. Well, we didn't have issues with the Zeb skip tonight. That's always good. Screw back on. Careful now. And you're dead. I got her that time. Come on, baby. Aw, yeah. $56.12. So it's gonna be $58.20 something. If I can stop hitting her hand. Dude, I really like the OST from the original Super Bomberman. No, none of the other Bomberman games on Super Nintendo I felt had quite as good of a soundtrack as the first one. It wasn't until the N64 when Bomberman all of a sudden had some of the best music on the entire system. It's like, oh my god, Bomberman. Had no idea you jammed as hard as you did. Get me to the boat. Get me in, don't hit shift, don't hit slash. 58-24. That counts as a 58-20 something. GG. My god, I didn't have to redraw any numbers tonight. Feels good. Kill the kills. I love the doubles. Save the saves, frame the frames, kill the kills. I don't have Animal the Animals because that one doesn't make as much sense. I thought I had at least one goofy one in there. Oh, that's not where I have that folder. I have that folder here. No, frame is the funny one. That's right. Yeah, frame is the funny one for the first part, and then saves and kills is the funny one I've got for the second part. That's right. Oh, we did it. We beat a video game twice. Also, just recently, I was looking through my notebook that I keep that has a list of the new games that I've beaten every year. Over the past 10 years, I have managed to beat somewhere around 150 video games that I had never beaten before. Air Force! And you know, there's a couple of games on that list, or on those lists, that are like demos, or like really short games, but still, just about 150 video games beaten over the course of 10 years. And most of them on stream, too. I don't know if y'all ever looked into Seventh Heaven. It's a mod loader for FF7. Interesting. I actually have... I have 2 different versions of Final Fantasy VII. I don't think I have 3. I think I just have 2. But I have an old PC version of FF7 from back when it was new. And then I've got the version that's on Steam, where you can turn off random encounters for whatever reason. I guess if you just want to read the story. But if you just want to read the story, then why wouldn't you watch someone else play it? Yeah, I've got... It's probably on one of my spindles of burned CDs. Because I had made a copy of, like, one of my friend's PC copies. And yeah, but I was never like a really, really big Halo fan. So it was just like, oh, let's give this a shot. You know, I've played a decent amount of it in multiplayer, but never really like dove that far into it. Because I wasn't an Xbox kid. I was a Nintendo kid. And I mostly always just had Nintendo systems, and I just went with whatever games were available on that system. And I mean, on N64, it was GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. And then when I got my GameCube, once I got a copy of Time Splitters 2, I like never wanted to play another FPS. It's like, dude, Time Splitters 2 was perfect for me. I think the first game console that I ever bought for myself was a PS2. And it was my very first PS2. And it was for... It was for WWF SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. Which I think was SmackDown 4? Because 5, I think, was Bring the Pain, which is the first one that had Brock Lesnar in it. And for the longest time, my PS2 collection was some edition of Madden, SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, Pac-Man World 2, and GTA San Andreas. And that was fucking it. But that's, you know, back when wages were still pretty low, and my job at the time was not giving me enough money or enough hours, so I had to end up selling off a lot of my PS2 collection at the time. GoldenEye sold it for me. Yeah. It's like the first N64 games I played would have been Mario 64 and Pilot Wings 64 over at my aunt and uncle's house. Stayed up all night laughing like idiots playing Pilot Wings 64. And then one of my friends at the time had a birthday party where we got to play GoldenEye, and I was really blown away by that. And then WCW NWO World Tour, and again laughed my ass off playing that game, because the only wrestler in that entire game that I recognized would have been Hulk Hogan. So that was well before I started watching wrestling. Nowadays, I've got like 5 copies of WWF No Mercy, all filled with like custom characters. Anyways, I get to do something that I haven't done in a little while, because we got 3rd place in that race. Hell yeah. Dude, I still think the OST for World Tour is some of the best for wrestling games, period. Until, like, the later PS2 ones that had, like, actual songs from actual recording artists on them. Back when SmackDown's opening theme was fucking Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson. And back before I hadn't gotten tired of Union Underground yet. It did not take very long for me to get tired of Union Underground. Most of their songs all sound the exact same. They had a couple that sounded different, but everything was either Turn Me On, Mr. Deadman, or whatever the fuck their opening theme for Raw was. Oh, like the LJN wrestling games on Super Nintendo? Yeah, I was never any good at those. It wasn't until the N64, THQ, Asmic Ace, AKI. It wasn't until that era, the Virtual Pro Wrestling era, that I started actually getting good at those games. And then I was really fucking good at SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, because I was playing it almost every single day. And the person I was playing against almost every single day was really tough to fucking beat. So when I was able to start being like really competitive with that guy, I was like, okay, I can take on the computer on any level of fucking difficulty. Nowadays, I largely don't play wrestling games. I might put together a custom match in Fire Pro Wrestling every once in a while, but even that is really few and far between anymore. I mostly just liked creating the characters. But once you've made so many, it's not really there's only so much you can do with any given engine. Co-op games are almost absent now unless it's MMO. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know. There's at least one or two MMOs that I need to check out again now that I've got a lot of free space on this SSD, just to see if they're even worth paying attention to anymore. Super Double Dragon co-op was gross too. Yeah. I kind of like the Double Dragon games, but I also understand I'm not very good at them. The only one that I've ever beaten was the Game Boy Advance version of the original. And I beat that game without understanding how to do the back elbow, which is the strongest attack in the whole fucking game. And it kind of breaks it. Might need to try to track down like a copy of the arcade version. But then again, I have no idea what games my version of MAME on the Wii will actually play. Because I found a bunch of really cool arcade games through my dude Murphigator's stream, and I can only play like fucking one of them. And it pisses me off. Because the version of MAME that exists on my Wii is just old and not very compatible Black Desert Online is very optimized if you're looking for any RPG fighter. The MMO that I'm thinking of primarily is Dungeon Fighter Online. I used to be really, really big into that game. But back in those days, I could use my controller for it. And it mechanically felt really, really good. It was a really solid, like, arcade-style beat-em-up that had lots of RPG elements to it. But something about it changed along the line, and I don't exactly know what. Like, I can't put my finger on how they changed it. It definitely became a lot more focused on PvP, and the PvE element of it really, really took a hit in quality. The only problem with DFO and the other MMO that I was thinking of, DC Universe Online, is they're both fucking massive games. They're both like well over 40 gigs for like next to no reason. Especially DFO. It's a sprite-based game. So there's nothing really like graphically intensive about it. It must just be the fact that it's an online fucking game. But yeah, DFO and DC Universe Online are free to play. And that's the reason why I played them. There were a handful of other MMOs that I tried back in the day, but those are the two that I ended up sticking with. And I largely played them solo. Because that's how I play games most times. Yeah, same. Usually not one to play online games. And anytime I talk about online games, I have to bring up Shadowrun Chronicles Boston Lockdown. I had 1 hour of gameplay in that. And one day I wanted to try and play it again. Wanted to see if I still found enjoyment in that game, only to find out that the devs shut down the fucking server because they didn't have the money to keep it up any longer based off of how small the audience for that game was. So I just fucking lose out on being able to play that game forever. It's only the merchants that are online unless you want to pair. Yeah, D2 is always a good time. But again, I think I've been spoiled by my time with Torchlight 2. I think if I'm gonna go back to a game like that, it's gonna be Torchlight 2. Anyways. We can drop that. We can bring this up because we did it. Never even played D2 Online. Man, I played D2 Online way back in the day. Because I think when I was talking to Firebat about this last week, I was thinking that, yeah, D2 would have been the very first game that I played online with just complete randos. Still had a good time, though. But it was then that I found out that everyone in the party could see the in-game chat, and it wasn't just something that appeared above my character's head. So I said something goofy, and I took a screenshot of it. That whoever I was playing with was just like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, sorry, it was for a screenshot. Yeah, I've got a handful of Diablo clones. Some of them on PS2. Most of them on Steam. Still need to get to. I still need to play through the first Torchlight, now that I think of it. I think the only one I've played all the way through is Torchlight 2. And I've got 1 and 3. And then there was the Torchlight Infinite or something. Torchlight's the only Diablo clone I've played and enjoyed. Oh, that's right. I have played Path of Exile, but I really did not enjoy one core mechanic of Path of Exile. And that's the fact that, and I don't know if this has changed since then, but there's no currency. Like, everything is acquired through trades, but there's no currency. There's Poe 2 now. Also remember hearing people talking about those games being, like, really intensive on their hardware for, like, no good reason. Not free yet. One day. Well, anyways. That's enough, we did it. And that is enough out of me. So another big thank you goes out to Ponk for hanging out earlier tonight. Good news, we actually figured out what was going on with Split Fiction. So we were able to get back to some of that, and man, I'm glad we did. Split Fiction has been such a fun fucking game. And we got to do a bunch of stuff in the session tonight that I found really enjoyable. So, can't say enough good things about Split Fiction. It's been a lot of fun. Also, apparently what was wrong was the game was having some kind of issue with a controller on Ponk's end. When he tried using a different controller, I was actually able to join the game via remote play. So, I'm super fucking stoked that we got that figured out. And of course, a big thank you goes out to Insane Firebat and Tillamorph for the races here tonight. Always a lot of fun. And for everybody else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. Hope you all have a good night. And I will catch you next time. See ya!